Okay, let's get going. Another round of Paranormasight. Hoping everyone had a good weekend. But now we have to go back to Spookyville, Spooksville, Scaryville, if I may say so. Alright, let's do a quick recap of last time. So last time we started around... Did we even do any of this stuff? We did the confession was like last time when she... No, not confession, what's her name, saying that she liked the other guy. That was the first time we played. This time, last time we played, last week, we delved deeper into the mystery about, what's it called? Taishima. Yeah, supposedly they went and killed a bunch of, like, people on the island, and people came over here. One of them voting. Oh, we confirmed that Sato herself ate something of a mermaid and is basically immortal. What's his name? We use the profiles. This is a good way to do this. Shinobu found her on the beach. She was dead, but like basically res herself right in front of him. He was like, "Oh shit, that's fucking cool, huh?" But she doesn't remember her. She doesn't remember anything. She's got amnesia. And then this guy was like, "Huh? So you've been telling me about this girl? I want her." And then he was like, and he's like, "I want her." And then he's like, "Okay." So then he was like, "Hey, you don't remember your memory, but too late now. You gotta send me over there. You gotta go over there because I think you are the curse bearer that's causing all the storm stuff to happen." She was giving a deadline of literally like a day to do whatever the fuck she wanted. She goes tells her friend. Her friend's like, "Oh, what the fuck?" Her friend told her a story about something. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, she talked about her dad, who's like rich and shit, and supposedly she's a legitimate child. But so far, that doesn't seem to be having any bearing. Although I had some suspicions about something, but I don't want to go into it yet. Anyway, Mai Minakuchi is most likely supposed to be the same person as, who was it? Where are you? The Somakawa woman, whose surname was the same as Mari before she got married, and they think that she also may have a box that has something to do with Taishima Island, which makes people think that she may be the curse bearer as well. Then we got to Granny Dearest, and then Granny Dearest was like, "Oh hey, I'll tell you everything you need to know. Come and follow me at night." And they're like, "Sure, all right, yeah, that's fine." So they want to follow at night, but before she can say anything, she gets cut down by the, what's it called? The curse stone. I don't know if they go into detail which curse stone is which. But they don't go into the detail about which curse stone it is. The samurai one, the one that they found about the bunch of bones. In the in the sea. That's what the two paranormal detectives are talking about. Oh, there's also this thing about Ryugu, which is, you know, tied to the Urashima Taro story, which is about the underground Atlantis afterlife thing that they have going on. I need to look into that to see how much of that is like a Japanese folklore thing. I know Urashima Taro is like a legit thing, but I'm not sure about Ryugu. It should be though, if it's tied to this. So they think that's the eternal world, which is also associated with the mermaids, because they believe that mermaids, when they die, eventually go to this eternal world and reunited with other mermaids that have died or some shit. So yeah. Oh yeah, so cursed Stone. I'm also saying all this stuff so I can remember. Cursed Stone. Slash and dash. Kills everyone who is a diver, right? And right before his story ends, because he gets killed, he's like, wait a second, that means the culprit is. The important thing to remember is that she got, who was it? Kikuko? Yeah, Kikuko. Got this thing that was like a mirror that she was given to all the divers because it was part of some promo shit. And so all the people who had mirrors got killed. And we've confirmed before this happens, we theorized that it was the mirrors, and then Sato looks into the mirror before she gets cut and then sees the guy, which puts more emphasis on the fact that the mirror is the thing that is the trigger for causing all the people for dying, because all the divers would have mirrors, because that's what Kikuko was saying. But she's like, oh, Yuza, I'll give you a pass because you're not a woman diver. I'll still give this to you anyway. The thing is, though, I think Azami also got one and he didn't die. So I think maybe it just happened to him after it happened to Yuza, but I don't know. Maybe because he's not a diver himself. Yeah. Yeah, he's not a diver himself. Yuza is, but Azami's not. Which means it is still possible that as long as you're a diver, you can get killed. And you have the mirror. And, I don't know, have you ever confirmed that Tsukasa has the mirror? So yeah, and then we supposedly at some point, Sato and Tsukasa are going to go visit Yuza's grandmother, but then they kind of just like, fucking just glazed over it, being like, oh yeah, so that was eye-opening what we heard. And it's like, okay, thanks. And yeah. Last thing we saw was Sato getting killed. And then she reses. So we should continue on this storyline for a while. And then go back to here? I don't know. I feel like this is going to end up being a dead end. Ashton occurs, leaves Sato with a huge wound in her chest. He dies only for a brief moment and resurrects in front of everyone, revealing she's no normal person. Gives him panic, unsure about what happened next. I think we should keep this storyline going to when it stops, and then we'll switch over to the foreigners, and then do their story. Yeah. Oh, and then you also met the foreigners who told them about like the mermaid stuff. Okay, I think I'm caught up with myself and in general. Huh? Was I asleep? Good news is he's staying at the place of the one person that already knows what she is, so that's something. I heard a car outside. What now? I'm thinking. Oh, also, there was a thing about the guy calling who caused all these bad things to happen, said that he had a spy on the island. An assassin on the island. So it's very possible that he, the person who did this, is not the curse bearer, or is the curse bearer but has the stuff for it. Alrighty. Okay. We have everything we can. And Shoto was like, I like you, which is causing some love triangle bullshit to happen. Oh yeah, I still haven't given him an answer. Oh shit. At this point, she doesn't know that people have been dropping. Because she drops in the middle of the day in Yuza's storyline, and then they get carried away, and then people start dropping later on at night, and it's nighttime right now. Oh shit. Hi Mambo, how's it going? Have you been enjoying your Fortnite? Look very square today, TV guy. Oh, thank you. You see what I did with my hair? You swear on your channel? Of course I do. I could do whatever though. Beep! I want. Wait, what happened there? I don't know if you can handle this. That's a you problem. Local streamer gets cancelled. Says swears. Top 10 VTuber who about detectives who swore. You should play these games also, Bumbo. You could have fun with them. They're very like horror-y, but still kind of fun and anime in a sense. Okay, let's... When you were cursed, you had the thing on you. Information you gave us this afternoon might help. But you don't have that information. God damn. Oh, okay. Yep. We gotta come back here. We gotta come back to the story chart. So something's gonna happen that's gonna stop this story. And then we gotta come back here later on. The mayor. Curse the heat again. Let's go! We'll unlock once all conditions are met. Oh, come on. Oh, if I can spot it, the shadow nearby, that means the killer's nearby. Good point. Okay. No, let's not use the mirror. Let's find out anything else. Oh. Oh shit! Finally, we're getting the stuff we need to know. Yeah, are you kidding me? Wakamura's fixing to hand you over to someone to try and break the curse of the raging waves? Treat people like they're nothing but tools. That's just plain awful. Exactly. But if we figure out how to lift the curse ourselves, then maybe it won't come to that. So if you know anything about the curse of raging waves, please, we need your help. Well, of course. I don't know what I'd do with myself if we lost you, Sato. That's right, because she's been helping her out. Well, reckon it's fine to tell you. I was about to tell you using Azami later anyway. Come on, you two. I got something to show you. I promised I'd tell you using Azami tonight, but there's something I need to check, so I'll fill you two in first. Oh, thank you. Also, she was acting a little bit suspicious right before she died, too. She was very non-responsive, if I remember. Ah, there it is, just as I remember it. Suyu, are you sure you're okay with climbing these rocks with your injured leg? Oh, don't you worry about me. Still got a few tricks left in those old bones. To this, I put together a little shrine behind these rocks. Nobody else knows it's there, so it's been hidden here for ages now. Really? There was a shrine all the way out here? Yamano no Oichi? Is that it? Yamano no Oichi? Am I saying that right? The famous, like, is the whole thing about the mirror? Didn't we talk about that before? And I was mentioning Yamano no Oichi. Oh, is this one of the bronze mirrors? I think I saw one in my history textbook once. It's kind of old and worn, but it's so small and cute. It's a beauty, alright, but there's a lot more to it than it looks. And before I do anything, let me look around. Let me look around. I'm looking around. Okay. Ha! Suyu, what exactly is that mirror? This here used to belong to Mare, Yuza's mother. Wait, Yuza's ma? Well, to be precise, Mare found it at the bottom of the old well after she came to Kamashima. The old well? That's where the bronze mirror came from? That's what she just said. Sure is, though I don't know how much beyond that, I'm afraid. Anywho, she said we had to keep it in a shrine somewhere that overlooked the southern sea, so we tucked it away back here. It was here even back when Mare was still alive, so that's gotta be near 20 years now. That's a long time. That's a long time. Okay. So does that mirror have some connection to the Curse of the Raging Waves? Sure does. Listen, all I'm about to tell you is just what Mari once told me. But I trusted her with all my heart, so I'll speak it as if I know it all to be true. Yes, of course. This Curse of the Raging Waves isn't some tiny little curse that someone can just throw out whenever they like. It's a massive curse that's been churning down off the southern coast of Kamashima for a good 400 years now, non-stop. Wait, seriously? So is it natural? Not natural, but is it not like something you can just pop a relic in and be like, activate? If that's true, wouldn't there be a huge storm all the time? It's the thing, the curse has been sealed away all this time, held back. All because of a sacrifice offered up 400 years ago. A sacrifice? Uh-oh. Yes, a real sacrifice. You don't mean like symbolically. You're saying someone was actually sacrificed to keep the curse at bay? Exactly. Many, many years ago, someone made the ultimate sacrifice, but thanks to that, the source of the curse was sealed away. The more I play this game, the more this game reminds me of Summertime Rendering, which is not a bad thing. Rendering? Sometime Render? I think it's Summertime Render. I can't remember which one it was. It was a really good manga. Really good. And then it got an anime that would have been amazing if one, it didn't go to Hulu, and two, it didn't drop all at once on Hulu. You had the equivalent of a fucking, like, Lost level anime, like Lost the TV show anime, where you don't know what things are going on, and it's a thriller, and things, you know, get revealed as it goes, and the antagonists and protagonists are going cat and mouse with each other all the time, and you drop all that at once? Yeah, okay, no. Anyway, long story short, watch Summertime Rendering. Or Render. I forgot which one it was called. Or read it. But yeah, this reminds me of that. Local island, shit going on, paranormal shit. Really good. And this here bronze mirror supposedly belonged to the very person who was sacrificed. No way. Thing is, even with that sacrifice, after 400 years, the effects that held back the curse are getting weaker and weaker. I mean, 400 years is a long time to be, you know, for a curse to be going on. So, of course, it's gonna keep going. Wait, really? So in other words, now the curse is overpowering its seal, the curse of the Raging Waves could be set loose again? That's how it seems. But at the same time, it seems the curse itself has become a lot weaker over the last 400 years. That's good. Even with the seal wearing thin, the power of this bronze mirror has been able to keep it at bay. It managed to hold back the curse of the Raging Waves for the last 10 or so years. The mirror doesn't hold a candle to a real sacrifice, but still, it's got enough power to suppress the curse. Right, so if it wasn't for that mirror, the curse might have already swallowed up the island. But if that's the case, Mari wasn't a curse bearer trying to unleash the curse at all. In fact, she was the complete opposite. She found the mirror and was trying to hold it back, right? Well, that's true, but it ain't quite the whole story. Okay? What do you mean? To explain what I mean, I need to tell you about where Mari came from. I thought no one knew where she came from. Sorry for keeping it from you. The truth is, Mari was a descendant of a place called Tayashima. Here we go. An island that was wiped off the map long ago. Wait a second, Tayashima? Isn't that the place where the Curse of the Raging Waves started after it got invaded or something? That's the one. Hold on, I heard that Mari was a descendant of the people who destroyed Tayashima, that she was the one who brought the curse. Quite the opposite, her ancestors were the ones being destroyed, aka the Mermaids? Well dang, that sure changes the story. But what does that mean exactly? Mari told me that folks from Tayashima passed down a duty from generation to generation. A duty? She said it would be 400 years since the disaster during her generation, and that meant she had to be the one to see it through. To carry out that duty, first, the Curse of the Raging Waves had to be removed once and for all. They needed to wait for the curse to weaken, and so many a generation passed for that to happen. So the duty wasn't just to stop the curse. That was just the first step? Right, Mari came to Kamishima because she was meant to fulfill that duty. Apparently, she spent years waiting on the island, watching for a sign the curse was starting to weaken. Eventually, she ended up marrying my little Tosuke, but it seems that was never part of the plan. So I often used to chuckle about it, saying that you would never know when or where fate will bring someone into your life. I had no idea. Then we come to 5 years ago. 395 years since the Curse of the Raging Waves had begun, she said the time had finally come, but the curse was now weak enough. I still remember her saying how if she offered the mirror now and she could remove the curse for good, she could complete her duty. Remove the curse for good? But even hearing all that, I was still only half convinced the curse wasn't just an old fake tale. Yeah, don't think anyone can blame you. So what exactly was her duty? If I had to make a guess, she probably had to sacrifice herself. She said she'd only tell me once it was all over and done with. Oh right, the Southern Sea disaster. In the end, I never got to hear what her duty was. Maya was taken by the sea before she could tell me. After the disaster, I was a mess inside. Couldn't think straight for ages. But now with all this going on, I figured it was time I finally talked about what happened. Why did you not tell the townspeople? You let her name be dragged in the mud for fucking forever? Let her son be dragged in the mud forever? Because you're like, oh, I'm so sad. My daughter-in-law and son died. Okay, to be fair, your son also died. And also it is a traumatizing, to have to now be taking care of, your grandson because your son and your daughter-in-law died. However, you saw what the townspeople thought of her. You didn't think to be like, hey guys, just letting you know, this is actually, she told me about this a while ago, and this is actually the truth. What, you think they weren't gonna believe you? Why didn't you fucking try? You have so much fucking sway. People respect you. What the fuck? God damn, lady. God. I hate it when I ever see something in the media, some old person there just like, I didn't want to tell you until I'm at my deathbed. Or something. Looking at you, fucking dude from Interstellar. Fucking Michael Caine. Like, okay, come the fuck on. Spoilers for Interstellar, sorry about that. But now with all this going on, I figured it was finally time I talked about what happened. Thanks. Thanks for this timely information. Thank you. That day, 5 years ago, out of the blue, Mari suddenly said the time had come. She head out to sea, bronze mirror in hand, ready to end the curse once and for all. How do you have the... Oh, user. But you know the rest. I reckon she failed to do it. She failed? And that triggered the storm and the whole disaster? That's how it looks. Oh, okay. Alright. I'll give you a pass. Okay. I'll give you... I will take back some of my complaint about that. Because if it came out that she tried to stop the storm and didn't do it, that would still make her people... Okay, people will still hate her, but they won't hate her as much. But they will still hate her for not doing her job properly. When you have people like this, especially people who are like secular, I guess is a word, isolated, you know, superstitious a lot, they look for a scapegoat in anything. So immediately they'll be like, oh, it's that person, you know, that person is the cause. Even if they were trying to help us, you know, they're the outsider. We don't even like them. They're a perfect scapegoat for all of our problems. Instead of having to deal with our issues, you know, internally, let's just blame somebody else. Thinking back, it hadn't quite been 400 years yet. Maybe she rushed it, felt like the time was running out. I think she tried to end it, and the curse just lashed back, causing the tragedy. I know folks want to blame her, but I could never really say anything to stop them. Yeah, you could've. One curious thing though, Mari took this bronze mirror with her when she set out. When the user was the only one found alive, he had the mirror on him. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's what saved him. Just him by some miracle. At the very least, I'm grateful that he came back safe. Yeah, when they found user that day, I remember bawling my eyes out. I was so relieved. After that, I offered a little prayer of thanks to the mirror and quietly returned it to the shrine in the bay. For the next 5 years, there was no sound of raging waves. Everything was stayed calm up until now. That does explain a lot. But there's still one thing I can't quite make sense of. What's that? I know she took Tosuke with her as he was the one who handled the boat, but I never understood why she'd take little Yuza with her too. Is it possible that it's not that you need to sacrifice yourself, but you need to sacrifice your child? And then she respectfully chickened out and was like, you know what? Actually, I don't want to kill my kid. You know. Yeah, that is a bit odd. Yuza says he doesn't remember a thing, so we'll probably never know the truth. Not to mention that Mari's so-called duty was also still remains a mystery. All that's left is the bronze mirror and 5 long years since then. Although that makes no sense. If it's to sacrifice your kid, why would her getting married and having a kid be a sidetrack? Because she talked in the past as if like, oh, that was not part of my plan, but having a kid not be part of your plan? And then the kid's actually part of the plan? As a sacrifice? Something is up. Darn. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, the curse of the raging waves would fade away on its own. But now they say it's growing stronger again, and I have to say that despair is setting in. So something just came to mind. What is it, Tsukasa? Yuza is Mari's son, right? So that means he's also a descendant of Taishima. Well, if Mari passed on the duty to him and taught him how to deal with the curse, But what if Mara passed on the duty to him and taught him how to deal with a curse? Got that wrong. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe she brought Yuza along just in case things didn't go as planned, to carry things on if she couldn't. Oh! Yeah, that tracks. Now that you say it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Truth is, I've been wondering if that boy is starting to remember something. Oh? It's not exactly an easy thing to bring up to him, you know. But since we finally are talking about all this, I figure it's time I ask him straight. Fucking can't speak. I figure it's time I ask him straight. In this month? I see. Though honestly, Yuza couldn't hide anything from anyone, let alone from us. Haha, I thought the same. That boy is as transparent as glass. Why did you react like that? So listen, Sato. You need to tell him there's no need to rush with all this nonsense. The bronze mirror is holding the curse of the raging waves back for now. Yeah, and maybe Yuza actually knows how to get rid of the curse with that mirror. Yeah. But it didn't work for Mari, not with the bronze mirror alone. So why did she react to the mirror? The curse is still out there, so maybe it really does need me to, you know. Sato, you okay? You're acting kind of weird. Thank you, Suyu, for telling us all of this. I think it's time I told you both something too. I actually remembered something the other day, about who I used to be. Wait, you mean you remembered even more? Yeah, sorry I didn't say anything sooner. You know, narrative reasons. I guess I'll just spill it. The one who was sacrificed here 400 years ago, that was me. Huh? Huh? So you... What, they gave you flesh of the mermaid, then stabbed you, and then you came back to life? Or they stabbed you, then you somehow became immortal after the fact? What? Wait, hold on. 400 years ago, you pulled on my leg at a time like this? No, you see, the truth is, blah 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 blah. Well, I'll be. So you're telling me you're immortal? You promise you ain't pulling my leg? This one's a bit hard to swallow. I think the reason the curse is getting stronger is because I woke up 3 months ago after sleeping deep down on the sea floor. Oh! That does track. I think me waking up weakened the seal that was holding the curse back. Because she's the sacrifice, and the mirror is there. So her waking up weakens the seal, so she needs to sleep at the sea floor again? I mean, Whoa, wait. So when you said you've been asleep for hundreds of years, you meant you were actually a sacrifice at the bottom of the ocean? That's awful! That's right, I was sacrificed to seal the curse at its source. It wasn't to remove it though, it was just a way to keep it from seeping out. It was a temporary fix, a stopgap until someone found a way to move for good. That said, it did last 400 years, I suppose. That's hard to even imagine. But after those 400 years, the curse was supposed to have weakened, and the way to end it should have been passed down. You mean by Mare? I guess she never had the chance. Maybe there's a chance that she did pass on something on to Yuza? Yeah, but he can't remember anything. Maybe, but if she didn't, that would mean that I have to be the sacrifice again. Well, Sato, no, that's not how it has to be. Meow. That has to be the reason I'm immortal. Sato. I never should have woken up. Everyone here took me in, even though I didn't remember a thing. I didn't want to lose all that warmth, so I kept quiet. I'm so sorry. But if it comes to it, I'll take responsibility. I'll be the sacrifice again. No, Sato, don't talk like that. You already protected us for 400 years. That's more than enough. I refuse to let you go through that again. This game is less scary, but more dramatic than the first game. There has to be a reason that you woke up now. You weren't needed to seal the curse anymore. I know it. She's right. We'll find a way to keep you safe through this, Sato. And the first one had a dude who was like sacrificing like kids and shit like that. Like goddamn. Information. Yay. Okay. 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 Now I remember this. No, let's not take out the mirror yet. Yeah, I don't think Suyu's gonna be able to tell using a zombie jack shit, so... Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, mirror time. Okay, now it's spooky. Mouth like the mirror. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, this is actually kind of fucking hard. Okay, the flag's behind me. Okay, There you go. Ah. I want to go all the way back behind me to the entrance. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, Just drop my cap for my drink. Okay, so Town Clock, no. Jetty, no. Church Street, no. Tory, maybe. Ruins, yes. Southern Coast, yes. Bay, yes. The first ones I mentioned are no, are probably ones that are going to be crowded. The other ones are going to be ones that are probably not going to be crowded. First off, Southern Coast. We'll try and see if we can find the body. Suyu's body there. Damn. Okay. Bay. Oh, that's what Suyu's body was. This area seems pretty empty. Time to go around while I have the chance. Oh, hold on. I got mirror. Suyu died over here, right? Gotcha. There we go. What the? It's there. I saw it. And you know what the best part is? I'm a mortal, bitch. Come at me. What you gonna do? Kill me? Nice try. Huh? Who's that? Wait. Damn it, I lost them. Who was that? Ah, damn, I'm completely out of breath. Yep. You're not built to fight, but you also have... I mean, it will hurt, but you can just go down and come back up. Wait, hang on. Wasn't Suyu supposed to be meeting Yuza and Azami down at the bay? Oh, please, no. Head back and warn her, now! Ha ha. Ha ha! I can't breathe. So out of shape. I'm here, barely. No, 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 no! Suyu, wake up! Was I too late? No, this can't be happening. Oh, this isn't happening. Wait, what about Yuza and Azami? Weren't they supposed to meet here? There are footprints. Maybe they ran to get help already? Suyu! No, this is the same wound as mine. It's hopeless. I'm so sorry. I'll come back though. I'll make sure you're properly laid to rest. Of course, some turn on others, starting wild accusations. Of course. Oh, sweet! Nice! Yay! You didn't notice me because of your trauma. Let's go! Woohoo! Hold up! Hold up! Kikuko's body was the one that was right there and it's gone. Hold the phone. This is all wrong. Who took her body? I was never supposed to be here. It's all wrong. This body, my life, maybe it's better if it just ends. I'll surrender to the assassin right now. It stops any more people from getting hurt. Oh, hi. Hey, dude. How's it going, dude? I can't even, like... Okay, whatever. Ah, Mr. Wakamura, where did you... Sato, where's Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Awa is right now. Huh? Tsukasa, why Tsukasa? Can't believe I missed it. I figured Unkaku Dono had a couple secret kids stashed somewhere. I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! I was like, oh, when they're talking about her having a fucking... Her having a... What's it called? Her having a father who was a wealthy man, I was like, it's either gonna be two fucking people because they don't mention something like this in these stories unless it is relevant. So it's either gonna be, what was the other guy first? It's either gonna be this motherfucker, and I was like, I don't know about that, or it was gonna be him. And I remember originally I made when I first started this game, I said specifically that I thought that Sato was his illegitimate child or some bullshit, right? Motherfucker, I got the wrong girl. But Tsukasa, wow, she was the one all along? You have been keeping it a secret from the start. What? What are you talking about? That goddamn assassin's gotta be working for Ukadono, so it has to be her. Where is she? Gotta get my hands on her and put an end to this mess. Stop wasting time and talk. What's with contact Caesar? Oh shit, it's the ruins. I sent him to the right place. I think she's down by the southern bay. The bay. Got it. Is she the assassin? Oh my god. Oh my god, if she's the assassin, oh, this game will actually get so much better. Someone's here. Not a bad game so far, but... What the hell? Sato? Sato, use it just... Both of you need to get out of here. It's dangerous here. Hurry! But what about Yuza? There's no time. Just go! We know the assassin is most likely not Azami. Okay. Alrighty. Interesting. We continue down the same story thread. It's probably not Azami because Yuza and Azami were basically like hip to hip for the whole entire story so far. There's no time for Azami to have left and killed Tsuyu. So he's probably not the assassin. Tsukasa just went up in stocks in terms of assassinness, but she definitely is his kid. She's definitely his like old man's kid. That doesn't mean she's the assassin though. If she is though, she's playing a really fucking good game. Okay. Damn it, what the hell is going on? What the fuck happened to you, Yuza? How could you just die like that, out of nowhere? Did they, confirm he was dead? Have they not confirmed that maybe he, I don't know, has some, like, mermaid shit going on? You managed to live through the disaster 5 years ago just to die like this? And still the whole island turned on you, blamed your mom for everything. They rejected you even when you said you wanted to become an armor diver. What the hell did you ever do to deserve that? But you never once complained, kept going like it was nothing. You did everything right. Something like you deserve so much better. You deserve to be happy, damn it. Yeah, you tell him. I would have done anything to make that happen. Hey, I couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry, Yuza. This shouldn't have been the way for you to go. How could the gods think this is fair? How? Hey, Tsukasa, I know this is a terrible time, but there's something important I need to tell you. Yeah, go ahead. Surroundings first. Hey, actually, it's the lighthouse. Isn't that the... Okay, look at the lighthouse. Interesting. This is where we saw the foreigners. Try talking to him? No. Try to stay calm and listen, okay? I spoke to Mr. Wakamura earlier. Apparently this Unkakadono person might actually be your father. Huh? Wait, what? Wait. Are you serious? You say my Pa Yamashima is Unkakadono? Oh, fuck. Nail in the coffin. That's what he said. Not sure if it's true or not. It's true. But Mr. Wakamura's already made up his mind. He's convinced that makes you the assassin. If he finds you, who knows what he'll do? Huh? That's crazy talk. Me, an assassin? Come on, that makes no sense. I know, I don't believe it. That's why we need to find the real assassin as soon as possible. Yeah, but easier said than done. I wonder if it's less of her being a... I mean, once again, she could actually be like a fucking two-faced, just like, haha, assassin, kill, 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 kill thing. But if it's not that, which would be, it'd be cool if it was, if it's not that, or one of us one of those things where he's just like, oh yeah, go back to this, let's go back, cause, what's her name? Came with all the stuff, the hand mirrors. Maybe it's like one of those conditional things where it's like, yeah, go back to the island with this stuff. Oh, yeah, nice. Thank you for doing this stuff for me. Sato, Suyu is gone and so is Yuza. Yeah, I never thought it would come to this. I'm scared. What are we supposed to do now? I didn't manage to find out any more about the curse of the raging waves, but right now we have to find the assassin. Earlier, down by the bay, I saw the cursed shadow again, as well as someone running away. Wait, the shadow? So I need to check something curse-related real quick. The curse? Oh, right. Earlier what? Okay. There we go. I'm going to aim it at you first. You did not get a hand mirror, so anything I don't know here. Checking my hair, checking myself out. Nothing on her. To look at her. Damn it, what was it? I can't remember. Whoa, don't scare me like that. Tsukasa, what's the matter? I guess the shock has made me forget. Right before it happened, Yuza realized something important, but I'm blanking on it right now. Huh? Something important? Yeah, Yuza said he figured out the condition that the curse needed to affect someone. I saw he said something about people being marked by something, but I can't really remember. He was just about to say who the culprit was too, and then, well, that happened to him. Marked? I can't remember it. So, just thinking about that moment's making me sick. Oh no, Tsukasa, it's okay. Don't force yourself to remember. You know this game hasn't done yet? The first game had a lot more, like, I mentioned the first time we started streaming this, more UI shit of just like, oh, turn down the volume, do this, and then now, like, affect the game narrative itself. You know, we haven't had any of that, I feel like. Yeah, I don't think we've had any of that. We've had, like, weird UI shit, like, we had, like, story stuff, like, go back and get, like, a higher score in terms of this thing, and then you're good. But overall, though, I won't. But still, I do remember one thing he said. He thought that the curse could only target women from the island, but now that he was targeted... Oh, hold on a second. I think I see what he was getting at. Sato, did you figure something out? Could the curse be using this as a marker? Alma divers? No. Hand mirror. Huh? Hand mirrors doesn't sound right. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't make any sense. First we thought it was to target armor divers, but that wouldn't make sense for you, would it? Ah, you're saying the mark must have been this? Ah, here's the UI thing. Would it not be armor divers? Oh, hold on, I want files and I want I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want this. Not mermaids. Not Hieke. Seiman and Doman. That everyone had on them to mark them. Must have been this. Diving gear. Diving outfit. Because remember, it also got Suyu too, right? She hasn't tried in years, so. No. Okay, tips. Using purple dye made from shells. Purple dye? Because that was on each thing. Okay. Bitch? What? What? Me use it and the other woman were all given one. How is it not hand mirrors? Isn't that what we all got? Oh, don't you fucking dare. Weren't you guys all given mirrors? Am I shitting? What the? Hold on. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Context specific shit. Motherfucking shit. Fuck you. I put a hand mirror first, it didn't work. I put mirrors, it didn't work. I had to capitalize M and take off the M. Okay. Yeah, I hate when they do that. Fuck. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's gotta be Kamishima Mao hand mirror. You don't say! Really? Oh! I wouldn't have guessed! So you'd already figured it out. No shit. User took that mirror out of his pocket right before it happened. He lifted it up to about his neck and then his head was chopped off. Then I was attacked, I had the hand mirror in my jacket pocket too. That's gotta be it. Didn't they say those hand mirrors were handed out to everyone on the island? Whoa, that gotta be my surprise, Asami. It was like that one post oh, it's the hand mirror, but can you spell hand mirror? I'm like, god damn it. Spelling, your one weakness. We don't use context clues. You have to say it exactly. Oh, Asami, you feeling okay now? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry that you had to see me like that. But if we're this close to finding out who did this, then this is no time to be moping around. First things first, if either of you still have that mirror, get rid of it now. Oh, good point. So Sato, you figured it out, haven't you? The one behind this curse? The assassin who used the curse to kill so many. Yeah, I know who it is. Yeah, it's gotta be the person who gave out the hand mirrors. So, called it. It has to be Kikuko, right? You're saying she never actually died? Nope. I didn't see nobody. Wait, you're saying Kikuko was killed too? Yeah, we saw her lying in a pool of blood by the jetty. You did? I was just there earlier. Nobody. I remember seeing a large blood stain, but no body. Really? I guess someone must have moved her? Is this all in all this chaos? Yep. Who's got the time to move a body with everyone panicking like this? Where would they even move her? There were so many dead, we barely have the time or space to lay folks down and cover them up. That's true. Then maybe she never actually died, managed to get up and walk off on her own? But Kikuko's the assassin, why would she let herself get hit by the curse's attack? Are you sure it's her blood? Wait, if she managed to get up from the death... I mean, I doubt it, but maybe she's immortal like you, Sato? Oh. What? No way! Huh? What was that? You said that so casually, but I could have sworn you said that Sato is immortal? Well, it's kind of a long story, but yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. Huh, so that's what happened earlier. That explains what everyone was talking about. So I don't think there were others like me out there. You think so? Is it really that rare? I don't really have any frame of reference. I have another theory that's more likely. Asami, did you get a good look at Kikuko's wounds? I mean, not really. It was pretty dark out, and we were kind of panicking. Wait, are you saying that maybe she wasn't actually hurt at all? That's what I was thinking. The most likely explanation is that she got up after faking her death. Maybe she faked being a victim using fake blood or something to avoid suspicion. So she waited for others to see her and then just slipped away in the confusion. Oh, guess the cat's out of the bag. Huh? Oh, she's here. Kikuko, you really are still alive. Hate to break it to you, but I ain't immortal or anything fancy like that. Just fake blood is all. I was hiding up in the lighthouse, but then I heard you all talking, so I figured I might as well come out. Too bad you figured it out. There really is no turning back for me now. Sato, I was told to bring you in, even if it means killing every last person on the island. It's the shadow! Doesn't matter, we already tossed those damn mirrors. Those curses can't touch us now. Just so you know, I got your friend Tsukasa Awao marked even now. You're the only person I cannot forgive. Huh? I am? How? The cursed target wasn't just tied to the hand mirrors? She's bluffing. Sato, get behind me. I'm not letting her take you. It's pointless. Disobey me and Tsukasa will be first to die. The fact that there's only one option here means that we may come back here later on. No, I surrender. I'll go with you quietly. What? Sato, what are you saying? Now is not the time to be joking. I know. I've made up my mind. I can't let anyone else get killed because of me. There's no resisting this curse. It's too strong. Sato, no! Good. Smart choice. Otherwise, everyone on the island would have perished. Kikuko, why are you doing this? You grew up here. Does this place mean nothing to you? I guess I have some feelings for this place. But if I didn't sever those ties, my world would never change. But what the hell are you talking about? He is the only one who ever sparked a change in my miserable excuse for life. Now he'll finally acknowledge me. I'll become who I was meant to be. Oh, she's the heir! That's your reason for all this? This island never cared about people. Always just blamed everything on curses. Surely you all understand wanting to destroy this shithole. You shouldn't kill people, but yeah, Kumoto's still a massacre. Yeah. The place is a shithole. It is. Anyone who fucking like denounces some woman just because he goes out to sea with a bunch of people and get killed, and they're like, it's the curse, and then denounces her son just because he comes back. It's the curse. Fuck you. However, I just took up the reins. Someone needed to break the cycle, and I can finally start living my own life free from all that bullshit. Anyway, we need to get moving. There's a boat waiting out back. If you follow us, I'll kill Tsukasa. Do yourselves a favor and stay right there, okay? Thank you, both of you. Please, don't try to follow. It's too dangerous. God damn it. No, Sato! Oh, she'll be fine. She'll just be tortured and experimented on for the rest of her foreseeable future. Oh, you fucking piece of garbage. Okay. Okay, you had me with that and it's a shithole, but this is unnecessary. The only thing worse than killers are killers that break promises. The waves. The storm. This place was fucked in 3 different ways. Oh, it definitely was. Kikuku got fucked. That's funny. Oh no, and Sato too. Oh, that sucks. Yay, I got an ending. Woohoo! Yay! Yay! I beat the game! We'll be fine. I'm considering that route to be the main route. So, if I had to make a guess, everything up until surrender is probably canon. And then everything after that is not until we unlock something that makes canon, gives us another option other than surrender. Which doesn't mean that, like, Suyu and a bunch of people are gonna die. Yeah, that sounds about right. Unless we do some wacky-ass time travel-y shit. Well, not time travel-y shit, but, like, we had time travel-y shit, we'll say, and, like, butterfly effect, everyone being okay, which I kind of doubt. Because even the original Paranormasight, not everyone lived. Well, the majority of them did. You have my heartfelt thanks for all of your hard work thus far. And so, the affair surrounding Kamishima has reached one of its possible conclusions. Sadly, it seems neither Yuza Minakuchi nor Sato Shiranami were able to achieve their goals. To avoid arriving at this particular outcome, please continue progressing through the story chart. After all, you came here for that very purpose, did you not? Oh my, are you perhaps still unsure of who you are? No need to worry, I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces. As you travel along the story chart and shape what happens, perhaps you remember your part in this. Be sure to think of it as you move forward. 3 options. You, or you, I would say. because it has to be someone who's got a tie to the mermaid legend, because the mermaid legend involves splitting the body, the soul, and the mind, which the first game established and elaborated on. And if this game is anything like a certain other game with 3 numbers in its name, I am not unfamiliar with the process of playing a character who's actually playing another character. Well then, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now. What, playing another character? I don't know what's going on. Anyway, bad end. Alright, we got all of this to do. And I'm scared that we're gonna do this and then it's gonna be like, oh. We need to unlock this. Which means we need to unlock this and probably have them meet up with these guys and then have them recount something from this. Get more information here about the tale of Heike. And then I think that will clue us in more. Okay. Alright. A new protagonist has entered the field. Kind of. After much hustle and bustle, we finally arrived to make our way to Ise Bay. Nice! I like how we went from just like, the town was massacred, to, look at the lovely beach! Isn't it wonderful? Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawage town. That means this is the Sea of Ise, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing. Indeed it is. Come, Sise. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of the Ise Bay. How amazing. I just can't stop saying it. Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? I'm a little worried. Oh well, as we thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know. I don't like the fact that you're talking to me. That scares me. It's funny that both Sato and Avi's story unlock at the same time because they are polar opposite tones. Yeah, you're right. They're like, hers is very like, oh no, what do we do? Drama and like assassins and whatnot. And he's just like, I'm just want to learn about mermaids for now. Obviously, it's probably gonna hit the fan, but for now, he's just like, mermaids. Yeah, let me take my protege, who's not my daughter, but some girl that I'm just going around with, who's also a sorcerer, on a nice field trip across the beach and shit to go find mermaids. Yippee. Sure. That out of the way, perhaps my darling guide could provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale. Sure, I've got you covered. Alright, looking around. Why this area is now called Nakabeppo, long ago it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuho. Betsuho? Betsuho. No. Okay. Betsuho. Yeah. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in the fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period. Heian. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids. They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and teeth the bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could those be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi? Indubitably, yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps. Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting. More info. As expanse of the Ise Sea, the eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. But our Ise province is the land where they repair the rays from the eternal world. The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that the mermaids hail from such a place? My own reasons? Okay. Bon appetit, the Phantom Gourmand. Okay. He reminds me of the fucking, what's it called? Top Hat director of the, Top Hat detective of the first game. Okay. This great grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunalight family. Oh, okay. Okay, so he's not just some random dude. He's like technically related to her, but like removed. What's it called? Like what? Like quadruple? Like pentuple removed or something? If it's his great grandmother has ties, then yeah, it'd be like 7 times removed or something like. No, not 7 times. Was it like 4 times removed? Well, the 3rd daughter of the Lunalight family. Yeah, that sounds about right then. Guardian spirits. Shikigami. Oh yeah, that you see that a lot in a lot of anime. Dowsing. Which anime character do I know used dowsing? Ooh, oh my god. Oh, it's oh, fucking Kurapika. Uses a little necklace when he's using his stuff to use dowsing. Wait a second. Ardent fan of Mio Kozuzu. Oh! That's the girl from the first one, isn't that not? Okay, that I can look up because I know what I'm not gonna get. I'm pretty sure that's the one. That's the spirit detective girl from the first case. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. Who was also working with the Paranormal Affairs. Oh, was almost set. No, she wasn't like exactly working for the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, but she was working with the detective on cases before that paranormal, and he was part of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Okay. Kawaki Town might be located right next to the Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Sioux City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. There's a manga short in Japan about Circe meeting Mio that came out shortly before this, I think. Oh, that's so cool! Maybe I can find that. Paranormasight seems like the perfect IP to just like tell a bunch of fucking stories and just have the Paranormal Affairs Bureau be like the kind of X-Files like connection between all of them. Because you don't have to have all the characters from the different things. You should be like, oh yeah, this person knows this person. And like, it's like spreads across all of Japan. As long as you have some curses and some paranormal shit, you can keep on making a bunch of these games and be fine. You know? And just use, all you need to do is have a host of like new characters and protagonists as you go along. Like, I'm very happy that like majority, if not any of the characters from the previous game are not in this, but like the fact that they're like, oh yeah, this shit happened like a year ago. I'm working on a Paranormasight Persona 5 crossover based on that very concept. Oh, that's super cool. I've never played Persona 5, but actually my roommate is literally just getting back into playing it, so I'm watching him play a little bit of it. And he's almost done with it too, so I gotta be careful because eventually I do want to play it, but I don't get that much if I can't spoil it for too much. But still, from what I have seen of it, I feel like Persona and Paranormasight seem like a really good crossover idea. I do really hope they do more Paranormasight stuff. I was pleasantly surprised when they announced that they're doing a second one of these, because I did not think the first one did so well, despite me liking it. This was also the birthright of the Heike, a branch of the Heian period's permanent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Ise province, then you absolutely must mention the Heike. I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part in the Kanpei War, correct? As I mentioned last stream, I have the book on the tale of Heike Monogatari, that I need to read at some point. Looks over at my stack of books by my bed that I still need to start or read or continue and finish. Looks over at my bookshelf while I have the Heike Monogatari. That's right. That was the war in the Heian period, where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. There's also, I keep on going off on segue, there's also an anime about that too, Heike Monogatari. I think it came out like 2 years ago? Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. Probably the anime is based off that, if I had to make a guess. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing. So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight? Yo, you like it too? This is your new brain rot? Yeah, I really do hope that they continue this on. Where was I? Oh yeah, that's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them. I suppose you're right about that. Then memorize them I shall. Apparently, Tadamori was born in Sioux City in a place called Shibashina. Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. Okay. This is the metropolitan center of Mie and a locus of historical events. God, there was a class question in Persona 5 that name dropped the Heike, and I pointed at the screen like, I know that now. That's like me playing. I was watching or reading something, and they mentioned the Tale of Genji, and I was like, oh fuck, I know what that is. This is the metropolitan center of Mie and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey. Can you get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the 3 that were caught in the fishing nets? At the time, the lord of the area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? No. Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were fascinating finds, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori. Oh, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life. Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them. Gah, what a waste! However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself. So, what happened to him? Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty. Okay. Well now, tasty, is it? And that's all I've got. That's it? Hey, really, that's it? That's all I can find in existing records. Then the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may have been other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say? Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. Well, you wouldn't know, though, would you? It's like Highlander. No one knows that, the characters in Highlander are immortal until, it's revealed. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. So it is possible someone in the Hiyake clan snuck off with them. Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind. I'll put together an assortment of files concerning the Hiyake, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Playing this game reminds me of when I took a Japanese literature and culture class in college. It was a fun class. Nuku meaning to unsheath. Let's got the mermaids here. Ningyo. Okay. There's one thing I should warn you about, though. Oh? This group sometimes gets referred to as Ise Taira as well, which may make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it all as Hiyake. Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing? Not exactly. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as Hiyake. Oh, so it's like outsiders call them Ise Taira, but the people inside the family call them Hiyake. The family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I use Hiyake most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it. Either way works for me, so do as you like. The tale of Hiyake also use Hiyake. I would assume so. You're awfully particular about this. I rather like that kind of fastidiousness. Okay. Anyway, after a number of events, the Hiyake would go on to lose the battle of Da no Ura and be completely eradicated. I believe I know this one. Da no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not? Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there. It pains me to think of such a resplendatory, glorious clan meeting, such a clans meeting. I thought meeting as in like a presentation or whatever, like a gathering. It pains me to think of such a resplendatory, glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity. That's why the Hiyake's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment. And now we reach your particular field of expertise. Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, the resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to the people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. I see. So basically, it's like you have the spirits are upset, but because the subject of those spirits is a symbol of worship in certain areas, it's not bad because the spirits are like, oh, okay, at least we got some guys that are still, I don't say standing, but yeah, standing for us, you know. They're just like, they still love us. They're still worshiping us. We're good. We're cool. We're cool. But any other location that doesn't have, you know, those worshippers to, like, let's say Tara Kuramori, are more susceptible to curse effects because of the fact that they're like, okay, well, we hate you guys in particular, and no one's worshiping us here. Okay. It's the puffed up and pretentious Hyuga clan members that no one even remembers who caused the most trouble. Okay, yeah, alright. So yeah, so like the main people of the family, like the Tadamori guy, right? Oh, sorry, Taira no Kuramori, and probably Taira no Tadamori are probably just like, yeah, they're fine. Those spirits are probably just like, yeah, we're chill. People remember us. But all the fucking no-names in the Hyuga clan are just like, I'm sorry, what? We got eradicated and no one remembers our name? No. Cursing, cursing, cursing. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside the Hyuga clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by those lingering grudges? Much of the Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether. Didn't we start this whole entire thing about talking about possession? That's somewhat troubling to hear. Wasn't the first game also about that? We had two people who were like as descendants of sorcerers, and that they were both possessed by the same sorcerer in present time, which is what caused the 7 mysteries of what's it called, Hanjo. But either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Hyuga. Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all. Let's get to it. Okay. Well, it would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, Cersei? This is an area in Anotan known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yaoi Bikuni legend. AKA... you. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it. Ah, I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it. Wait, really? Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you to be my guide was so you can teach me about things like this. I guess that's true. Okay, I understand. I'll be counting on your explanations. I know town. I'm new in town. This is the second time I've said that this week. Well, last couple days, I'll say. Can't begin to imagine what it'd be like to live for hundreds of years. If only there was someone we can talk to about that. Ah, the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming. This makes me want to watch Nanan Buyoi again. Well, like finish it, because I never finished it. Oh yes, the incessant chirruping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, alright. It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm particularly jittering with excitement. I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Oh, oops. That was very specific and I clicked the wrong thing. What's down there? Some sort of shrine? This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave. House! A street! Okay. Legend of Yao Bikuni. originated here in Kusawa, Anatown. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato, I cannot believe I didn't catch that, lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage across the entire country. It's funny how no one catches that, me included. And I didn't catch it either because, you know, you can just have a name that's like that, you know? God, that was a good fucking reveal. Holy shit, that was a good reveal. Oh, the Middle Ages. Okay. It's mentioned here, but it's mentioned somewhere else before too. Where was it mentioned again? Which are mermaids, but then they mentioned the thing that shows Isebei legend. Okay. A nun who lived for 800 years. Wait. So she ingested the at 17 years old, she ingested the flesh, lived for 400 years, and then got sacrificed? And then the remaining 400 years happened? Or is it that she ingested the mermaid, lived for 800 years, got sacrificed, and then 400 years passed? Because she said that she thinks she's 800 years old, but this is making it sound like she's more like 1200 years old. Because they're talking about sacrificing her and putting her at the bottom of the sea, which in all sense and purposes would make it look like she's dead. But then again, also, these are two separate, well, one's a legend and the other's her story that's also muddied up in terms of, you know, memory recollection. So time was maybe a little bit taken for granted. And she returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Bullshit. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion. Yeah, I guess that's true. There we go. I could have just waited and then could have got all this right here. Wow. So I'm starting to think at some point in this story, I don't know if it's her leaving the place or coming back here, because she was supposedly sacrificed on Taishima, right? Yeah. That's the whole entire thing. It's because that big old bronze mirror is from Taishima, and they used that in her to sacrifice to stop the curse. So, if that's the case, then she must have been on Taishima. So how the fuck in this legend did she get back to Kusawa village, which is completely separate? One of the two things is lying. I'm gonna make a guess and say it's the legend. Legend of Yabakuni, the girl who ate the flesh of the mermaid who lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano Town, but in Fuki, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated. Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really many different Yaobakunis out there? Obviously, not all of the legends can be true, but I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it? By all means. Actually, yeah, keep on continuing. Most legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly. And that's how she got the name Ya Bikuni, the 800-year Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country. How interesting, Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of aesthetic training. If we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right? Ho ho, my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory persists that the stories of Yabukuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual. Okay. Does that mean possibly that when she passed by in one of those times that she met the guy who was the phone caller? But if the guy is the phone caller, and assuming he is not immortal, that would mean that she... Oh, wait, no. She theorizes that she was passed out and then woke up under the sea belly 3 months ago. What if she wasn't in the sea belly 3 months ago? Maybe she had escaped from the sea belly and then just happened to wash up on shore before then. That would explain how she would know some dude from 800, in the 800-year gap that's still alive. Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think that Yabukuni of Wakasa Preference is the most likely origin of the legend. I wonder... Don't all of the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest? That may be true, but I assume that each of these different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. Would so many people that are purported to live for 800 years all die at around the same time? It seems pretty unlikely. Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat? Oh, we know they are. That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There are likely some places that simply believed Yabukuni was a term for an immortal. Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, "I'ma be none of that," and became an Amma diver. But that was okay. That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic understandings. Now wait just a minute, I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion. Me on a daily basis. Let's drop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True, and if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat. Can Kurosawa's legend of Yabukuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely. Who knows? Ise Province isn't that far from Wakasa Province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each of the different areas are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow. Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations? Exactly. But then again, the immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. Verisimilitude? Verisimilitude. Word of the day! It's been a while since I've done this. Word of the day. Verisimilitude. And I'm getting air overviews as the first thing. Ugh. Okay. Why? Why Oxford Dictionary? Oh, Merriam-Webster. Why are you fucking the quality or state of being for similar? I hate when you do that. were similar, having the appearance of truth, or depicting realism as an art or literature. Or probable. The quality or state of being probable. Okay. God, I hate it when they do that. Well, then someone's like, what does this word mean? And it's like, and uses like what it's based off of, but it's still the word you don't know. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't help me at all. Alright, but now we know. A certain probability, I guess, is a... Yeah, this is... Okay. Yeah, a certain probability. Indeed it does. I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. Then something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with the legend of Yawabakuni from around the country before being passed down. Of course, the exact timing of those events is still unclear, but it does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development? Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that. That's right. You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action. Yes, it's really something. Wow, we're still talking about Yawabakuni. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yawabakuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. But then, did all this come from nothing? Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse compiled sometime during the Heian period. Maybe? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the tale of Genji, and the tale of Hike. Is it anything like those? Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though. Humph. Well, they sounded similar enough, anyway. Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages, oh boy, is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no? The Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories. Check. Ah. Have I heard of it then? I can't remember. Oopsies, I went too far. One more thing, the title may be the Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area. What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Some believe the title comes from the fact that the passage 69 is set in Issei province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files. Pop up. Oh wait, I was gonna pop up by now. Why thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. Oh, there is the pop up. Oh my god, that's a lot. Okay. They really are using this game to teach people Japanese history and language and culture. I mean, it's a game made in Japan, so, you know, that makes sense, but also it's really good internationally to get people interested in it. Learning with horror. I'm scared and educated. Oh, so these are the most notable ones? Okay. 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 New got genre dropped. Edu Scarement. That actually would be very good. Like teach people about horror stories about like ghosts and shit, but then also have like a here's the like legends behind the ghosts. This one right here, episode 69, the one that they mentioned. A man is received great hospitality by Imperial Princess, serving as a priestess at Ishi's shrine. I wonder if the shot in the dark, the guy who's the creepy guy who's calling on the phone is related to this. And then, because he's all like, "Oh, you love me, don't you love me? My dearest Sato, oh Sato," you know. Maybe he's this dude, and she's the she's the Imperial Princess lady, so was a priestess. Wait, hold on. Also, wasn't Imperial Princess and Priestess? Wasn't that also the thing with Urashima Taro? Wasn't the they said that, oh yeah, like you consider her to be a princess, but she's actually a priestess. The Otahime. Yeah. Hold up. The Hikaboshi's love for Orihime. Oh, no, not Otahime, though. Okay, interesting. There's one other thing we can learn from that Tales of Issei. Adding the tale of to a book that really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. You know what? She's right. She is absolutely right. There's apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Tale of books just have the kind of like that. I'm gonna sound very pretentious. Je ne sais quoi of being like they got that kind of just like that atmosphere of like, just have that kind of just like, oh, well, this is gonna be like an epic, like ooh. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked. I say, time to tackle the next mermaid myth. Sure. Keep that in mind. I think I have a stream title name. If I can remember it. Okay, there we go. I'll remember that for after stream. Now it's time to move. Alright, where are we going now? Is this really just this it seems like just like a tourist just like just like, oh, let's go down here, let's learn about this. Just we found the dead body. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear? This is Futami-Gawara, a coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Issei City. This is where we found the dead body. Oh, okay, cool. Why did I say it like that? And then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Issei City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I affirmed that Issei City was a prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Issei Province. Not bad, eh? Ah, well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. Hell yeah, we found a dead body here. Like going home to your parents and be like, I found a dead body in the forest. And they're like, what? And you're like, yeah, it was cool. The truth is, Mii Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki. Ah, is that so? But it doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan. I know that, making it a very important location. Very interesting, but the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. Alright, yeah, let's pick up the pace. I'm not gonna read out the list parts. Okay. Alright, dude. Okay. So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids? It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Hyoji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids. 6, eh? That's certainly promising. One of those entries describes the sighting here in Futami, Ise Province, on April 3rd during the 2nd year of the Enbun area, which would be 1357. What year is it now? In-game? So they even... it's 1980 something, I think, right? So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous. The passage is as follows. From the Sea of Futami, in Ise Province came in Mieju, developing perpetuity. 1980X. Okay. So, what exactly does that mean? My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the Sea of Futami and it was named Enmieju, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity. Aha! It granted longevity, did it? Finally we get into the good stuff. Yes, it's another account relating mermaids to Yarabakuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality has already been established at the time. Indeed, and now we've even got a name. So what sort of mermaid was this and what became of it? No clue. Again with the vague records, these people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then we just let it wander off. I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written. Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once after all. Well, I mean, these people may have even come into a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any. Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat? Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature. So they treat it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there. This makes me think of the theory that you mentioned about how there might be 2 different kinds of mermaids. Oh, you remembered? I stand by my theory. There's this fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie, and the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph. You know what we haven't really touched upon in like fucking forever? Guess what do you think about that? This fucking shit. We haven't touched on this at all. Like, at all, since the first time we started streaming this. Like, what the fuck? And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason that it was of the human mermaid variety. You have a point. Mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more like fish mermaids. It seems more likely then that the mermaids who granted longevity are actually these human mermaids. Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word, this would mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh? I'm not sure. These are countless legends that refer to the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one. Agreed. Now, short? Speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind? What? But our conversation was just getting good. Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On the way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that? Oh, right. Those are Somen Shorai talismans. Somen Shorai? Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around New Year, but here in Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long. Interesting. I can add more detailed information to the files for you later. Okay. I feel like I've seen this before. The Princess of Yugo again? Otahime? Oh, the deity. I was like, how bad is this going to be? He's like, oh, thanks for the hospitality. I am not going to kill you. Instead, I'm going to kill everybody else. That's funny. I mean, it's terrible that it happened to them, but like, I don't know. That reminds me of like the plagues and like what's it called? The plagues from Egypt. What is it? What is it? Now you're making me antsy. Come now, associate. You realized something about the Somen Shorai, didn't you? You must share. No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the Eternal World. Is it? What does that mean? You already know this from the files, but regarding the Somen Shorai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozo Tenno, who was courting the Princess of Yugu. Yugu, you say? That's right, Yugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the Eternal World. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Soja Temple. The very same Gion Sojo that gets mentioned in our good old friend the Tale of Hyake. So it is. So what was it again? From the bells of Gion Soja echoed out the impermanence of all things, right? It sounds so cool that I even memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means though. Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself. Thanks! Gotta do homework. Fine. So what you're saying is... Ise Tsushima is a land with deep ties to both Yugu and the Hyake. And that's exactly why the Somen Shorai tradition is so well established here. That reminds me. There's something about Yugu's princess. Oh, I said priestess, but it's princess, but it's also technically priestess. That keeps bothering me as well. She's certainly is mysterious. That reminds me about Futamigara. Did this get dark? Dear me, how did we skip something? Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, TC. The sun has already gone down. I suppose I got carried away. Sorry. Well, if it results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I will not complain. You're right, just look at those stars. Ah. I wish I could see stars like this again. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Cersei? Well, I've dabbled in a bit of astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two. Excellent, do tell. Stuck. Yeah, she's a kid. Of course she's got limited sources of energy. Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find. Triangle, eh? Then I presume it is made up of the 3 stars? Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season. What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them? Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red, Antares of the Scorpio constellation. Southwest, you say? Looking from here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right. Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it. Yay, I get to do some star stuff! That's always neat. Tanabata is not thing with the... Oh, there it is. Well, I do believe I found it. The star just there with the reddest tint. That must be Antares, yes? Correct! There's indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation. Haha! I found it all by myself. Why, I make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself. I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the Summer Triangle, so please try again. Gads, that's right. When I try looking straight up from Antares, but you find Vega in the sky's zenith, give it a shot. There, that must be it. Bingo, that's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Ohime star, and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival. I was about to say, I knew there's a festival that's attached to the word Tanabata. I've seen that in a manga, I think, a couple times. Then that must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the Summer Triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it. Is it the glowing one right here? Eureka, I've spotted it! Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival. Where have I heard that name before, Hikoboshi? Oh-ho! That means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be. Yeah, nice work. Didn't expect you to be such a romantic. Is there another star in the Summer Triangle to find? It might be hard to see because of the angle. Right you are. It's certainly a bit tricky to see something directly above you. Beat this one. eye is discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one. Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. This is not very horror-y, but you know, I still dig it. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the name Milky Way Star. It does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. There, I've located all 3 stars of the Summer Triangle. How do you like that? Good work! Hey, clapping! Yay! Now you've matched the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor? That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge. Alright then, tell me, what is another name for the star Hikoboshi? It would have to be... there's the 3rd one, so Altair. That's right. Well done, Professor. Phew, I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futamigara. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mia Prefecture. But is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Cersei? What? We haven't even visited Issei's shrine yet. If you ask me, we barely scratched the surface. Ah, you got a point there. But it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we? Alright. Whew. I'm gonna enter the restroom quickly. Hold on, let me finish up this little cutscene thing. No, intro to this area. Okay. And okay. I took the opportunity to also grab a smidgen of a snack of some pita chips and like scarf them down so damn fast. I'm still fucking hungry as hell. Oh my god. All this talk about eating mermaids, and I'm like, yeah, but what about eating like normal food? Oh my gosh. The moment this stream ends, I am gonna go make a frozen meal or something. Wow, talk about a gorgeous view. It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asuma's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other. So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it? Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the private daimyo, Lord Kuki, who at the time led the Kuki naval fleet. Oh, naval? Naval? Is it naval? It's naval. It's naval. Because Navy, yeah. Uh-oh. That's more interesting than more exciting than I anticipated. As for the Tokushima area, it's famous for having the highest population of armored divers in Japan. Aha! I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. This really is like the history lesson story line. The other ones touch on things that are like in the past and myth and legends, but this one feels a lot more like historically based. Historically accurate, I guess. Not how to say accurate, but like grounded? Oh. I like how it looks though, holy shit. The cityscape. On. Oh, don't make me hungry for seafood. No, I don't have seafood. First off, you should know that the naval troops in Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Huh. Pirates, eh? Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under the commander as a naval force when there was a battle. It kind of reminds me, kind of like Limsa Laminsa in FF14. So that's what the navy was like back then. A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo of Shima province. That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command. Okay. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him? I've heard of him. He was the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, no? He's like the most famous fucking ruler of Japan, was he not? True, but that's a title he gave himself. Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination. That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives. Oh? For one thing, he may have had his nephew, Sumitaka, assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. I'm trying to find out how this is relevant to the main plot, but hopefully we'll get there. Like, it's good to have all this historical stuff, and I do appreciate it, kind of, but, like, I'm wondering how much of this is related to the mermaid stuff that we already know. Because there's a shit ton of stuff that we have, and I don't know how much of it is all related. Also, what about that? Only missing like 5 legends here? We're only missing one thing here? Oh my god, we're closer to the end of this game than I thought we were. Okay. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. Okay. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's war, and the clan fell into decline. Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. Oh, you're definitely a fucking writer. That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. Every time I say it, I think of like Kuki as in like crazy. Oh, do tell. It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune. I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever there's a legend that starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble. You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess had already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home. Okay. I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days. Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. A well? Wait a second here. Scooches on up closer to the desk. We know about a well. Well. And so ends the legend. Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt that she was doing them any favors. Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it. Well, what's your take on the story then? When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's as asking to get cursed. Fair enough, I see your point. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end. Oh, you're right. It would change the story completely. But there's something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old. Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritance were a common occurrence in those days. Okay, but then she's probably going to talk about, well, what about his daughter? But consider this, when Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old. Yes? Even if you suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they? Age differences weren't so much of a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd. He would have been 32. So 17, had a kid at 17? This begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with? And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter? I think I see where this is going. An agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that, Magatama, that's from Ace Attorney. Well, not from Ace Attorney, but used primarily in Ace Attorney. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale. But once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere. So we have a story from the Tales of Issei that talks about two people who are lovers who, and then things didn't work out, including one between a dude and a priestess of Issei province. We have Sato with this phone caller being like, I love you, oh Sato. I will kill everyone on the island. And then we have the story about some random, supposedly at the time would be 15 years old, quote unquote, beautiful woman who may or may not actually been related to this dude who was just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. And we also have Sato reacting to the mirror. But then no, but then she was also granted the merit because she knew about its tied to the Taishima curse. Or was she? Oh, hold on. Once you start doubting, it's hard to see lies everywhere. True, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it? Well said. A certain occult researcher taught me that one. You don't say. Okay. Yoshitaka. Okay. 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 Princess Sumi's beloved was a member of the enemy clan. Okay. Yeah, so dude died at 32. And then she was supposedly 15 when she died. But she died before he died. Wait, yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on, that doesn't add up. Okay. Okay. So he would have been at max 32, and she was at 15 when she died, which means that he would have had to have her at the latest at the age of 17, but he could have actually had her earlier, is what makes it weird. But, I mean, technically, you could have a child early, but yeah, I mean, yeah. I see the sense of contention. Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumataka died or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago. Okay, now that seems prevalent. Is that significant? It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Oh. Okay. Of course, 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point. So which 400/800-year-old soul am I? So there's a chance something happens after 400 years? Maybe, in any case, we should probably tread carefully here. Sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Amadivers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that the free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. You don't say. Most notably is that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamanahime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. I hope I said that right. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kusaki that is considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobashima region. Is that so? She must have been truly legendary. Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyushu that depict the Amadiving in Shiba province. Amadivers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular theme. Yeah, it's quite incredible to think that the method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail. There is another point worth noting. Amadivers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Amadiver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends. Ah yes, there was a theory that the mermaids of Ise Bay were simpler Amadivers. Huh. It does seem likely that there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were originators of a legend. Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it. Oh right, there's more to talk about. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amadivers of the Tobashima region, regarding something called the There we go! We're bringing it all back to the beginning. The Tomikazuki. The Tomikazuki? There we go, I was wondering about that. It's believed that an Amadiver may encounter a copy of herself underwater who would then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomikazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again. Ah, seriously, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere. You must be believing in ghost stories, Avi, because you're in one. I think I've quoted that already twice since playing this game. That's why the Amadivers of this area wear the Seiman and Doman symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition. Interesting. On another note, the Amadivers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk to the seafloor, right up until the Meiji area. Well, it sounds like they were true diving professionals. Were? They still are! Exactly. In fact, after the Hirike were defeated at Dano-Ura and were lost beneath the waves... Oh, we're back to the Hirike already? I wasn't aware there was a connection. But after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Amadivers! Ah, so the lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh? And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Hirike. Cersei, please, you're gonna give me nightmares. At least that's what is depicted on the ukiyo-e entitled, In the Western Sea, the Divine Woman Encountered the Hirike in the Depths of the Water. That's very specific. Such a deep connection. To think the Hirike were even once depicted with Amadivers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise-shima region. Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dano-Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Amadivers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. There's a lot going on here. And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Amadivers are always going to be key players. My one complaint is that in the first game, when you learned about lore, you learned about the different curse stones, and you had to kind of figure things out about the curse stones, but they're very divided in how you were trying to find out information, and you can use that to extrapolate things. Here, they are tossing so much fucking information at you at once, especially historical stuff, which is still cool, that it makes it a little bit harder to wade through. And I can't tell how much of this is, not saying necessary, but relevant, and how much of it is not. Which, to be fair, maybe they just use that to up the difficulty, but I don't know. It's another way of saying this game is very wordy. Like, very wordy. True, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates. Mind you, the Navy has a crucial role to play too. Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here. Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we visit the Ise Shrine, I'm more than less satisfied. Tut tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we? No, I don't think we did. Here I was hoping we can move on to buying souvenirs next. You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt. Right. Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we could plan our next move. I don't like how he's staring at us. That was all one part. Holy shit. Holy shit, that was all one part. That was wordy as hell. Holy shit. Treasure Hunt Part 1? Not even, like, oh, they split into 2 parts? Okay, I figure this is probably gonna trigger somebody else's story to get more stuff, so let's do this and then we'll do that. Now then, I believe it is time we discuss our strategy. Strategy. Shit. Sure? What do you mean by strategy? It should be obvious. We must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward. Okay, first off, please, is there a... No, stop making me hungry! Atmospheric lighting. Did it change colors? Door? Okay, alright, I think we're on. Good, you're not smoking to begin with, that's good. Probably should tell her why you're searching for mermaids. Oh my god, I just triggered a flashback. First things first, let's head back. Okay, first things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why, yes, sir, the gentleman does have some time. I suppose that makes me the lady then? Is this the detective? Oh, it's you. Oh, who the fuck are you? You've been following us for quite some time. Huh? He has? For how long? Since the Ise Shrine, I believe. Truly, maybe you could try and keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Cersei? Haha, it appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Ise Bay searching for mermaids. Interesting. Introducing a new character this late in? God, you overheard everything? How embarrassing. Avi hollering won't lessen the embarrassment. But how rude of me out to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Ise City. My name is Kipe Ikoma. Ah, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see, solid planning, eh? It says here you're the CEO. Aha, I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I'm actually just ran out of business cards of my own. Did you ever have any? Eric, I heard you need to carry business cards to Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. Is that true? But the freewheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name of Arnav Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please, call me Avi. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen. It is a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time. Haha, aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. $5 says he's the phone caller. About 6 years ago, with the support of the Willie Tycoon. Oh, come on! Oh, I should rescind that bet already, but... This guy is either the phone caller or the heir. I thought it was fucking Kikuko, but maybe it's not. Who has a sisterly tendency to look after others. Not anymore. This guy definitely has an heir that he's looking after that says, like, this guy's gonna, you know, inherit everything that I got. So it's either her or it's this guy. If I remember correctly, I could have done this at any point, most likely. So, we'll see. At any point, but I could have started this stuff first and then have gone back to Sato stuff. So, forgive my bluntness, but would you mind sparing a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that could be arranged. Okay, we'll go around quickly. What do you think, Cersei? Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists. Ha! Quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady? God, I feel old. The guy looks older than 26. And I'm older than him. Truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise-Shima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign. Mermaids, eh? I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see, so that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Ise-Shima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another. True, there's also the famous legend that the mermaid's tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean. There's like 20,000 legends about tears turning into like jewelry and shit. Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Does this project mean you're knowledgeable about mermaids in Ise then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh, do share. Yeah, back for some exposition. Let's go! A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taimashima. Have you heard of it? Yes. I'm afraid I haven't. Okay, dude. It rings a bell. It was also called Taishima by some. That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. Wow, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids, well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. I see, then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered at Betsuher during the Heian period. Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale. However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. Are you sure it was natural? The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's just a shame. Regardless, it is said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds the authenticity of the story. Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this? Unnatural disaster. Yeah, put a little un in front of it. I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha, so it's one of those descendants you heard the story from? That's right, they live a modest private life these days. When a story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility. Okay. So that would make it be her. She would be the descendant. Why is she talking to this dude then? I'd love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel I am only getting part of the story. I see, that's a real shame. Now this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh, I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of the mermaids turned human and now lives among us. No kidding! She became human? It does ring a bell, though. Why, that is exactly what the story of Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery. You say this was only a few decades ago? That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak. Okay, so the easy way to think of this is that it's her. That she's the mermaid that became real. I still am putting on all my stocks, though, in you. I'm a simple housewife. My husband works at the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. I'm just sent to do his work. No, okay. Yeah, I don't believe. I mean, I do believe that you're married, but I do not. You are super suspicious still. If the story is true, then yes. However, I concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you are searching for Isebei's mermaids, Avi? No particular reason, I just thought it'd be fun to wander through the sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? Better food? I mean, you like the food, supposedly. What about those photo spots you put your face in? I know those. I love them. Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them. Agreed. If I saw one, I would definitely take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pendant flags. I can't resist them. I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Why did you ask if you're not going to take our constructive criticism? Constructive once. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. Okay. Amazing. A brand new mermaid legend. The real question is why? Why? There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on despite their veracity of being entirely unverifiable. I suppose. Is something the matter? It's nothing. It's nothing. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course. Thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... if anything happens to you during your vacation here or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I'm quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I can put you in touch with someone should you be looking to interview AMA divers. Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying that as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself would not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. Please, do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. And a flashback. That was a lot. Mermaids really did live on Taishima. It's certainly worth investigating. Okay. Well, get some sleep. I say unironically to... What the fuck? That map looks quite old. Exactly. It's also the precise reason I have come to Mie. Put it simply, this is not a map, this is a mermaid treasure map. A mermaid treasure map? Allow me to explain. Okay, there we go. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother. If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. Okay, so that's how that works. I heard she was exiled from the Lunalight family because of her eccentricities. That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was a treasure hunt of wonders, a demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Opogogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. Hey, Indiana Jones has one of those! I cannot vouch for that any of it was authentic, but I was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author. I suppose that's a kind of formative experience that the cult writer needs. Just so, I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I could put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this. I see, a mermaid mummy. Precisely, they were rather prevalent at side shows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of the high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe. This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from the one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands. How are you so sure it was made in Japan? Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside. Truly, you found the map inside the mummy? Whoever made it all these years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there. That's an incredible discovery. It was simply tantalizing, is it not? There was not a doubt in my mind that it would lead to a most thrilling discovery. So then why did you call this a mermaid treasure map? Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no? I see, your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed. Heh, thank you. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Issei Bay. What does this symbol mean? What a shame there's no X to mark the spot. Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, Circe? Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says? Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Oh, it is some characters. Apparently it says search the 95th. Search the 90. Gotcha. Episode 95. Something about the Milky Way, then. That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort. Yes, it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it? You know it. I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle. Oh wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can you just douse the treasury? Oh, sorry, the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether. But where's the fun in that? No cheating. I apologize, but that's impossible. Truly? But why? Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, or other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for. I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of. Oh, I see how... At some point, maybe we're gonna have to douse, but we're gonna have to douse on things that these characters wouldn't necessarily know to look for, but that we, the players, may know how to look for. Yes, the distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is. It's not quite the superpower I thought it was. I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map. I say we've had enough of... Okay, fine. Oh, I'll talk to you about everything else first, and then... To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid. Oh yes, I had a feeling that was it. So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts. Instincts, I think I said. What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal? I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be. Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired. Simple it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity. Sure, I guess. I take it you disagree with my thinking, Circe? I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I'm not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duties, so I will not try to interfere. Actually, being an immortal would be a rare, once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you. I prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now. Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse. Geez, don't say that after I've already made up my mind and everything. I like his facial expressions. Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey, like a modern-day Yao Bikuni. That was one way to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue. Let's become a monk then. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had if I till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there. Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Searching just for mermaid meat alone seems like a waste. Agreed, the best way to go about this would be to find a living human mermaid. I have no doubt that this map will lead us to a place that's related to mermaids and immortality. That is quite exciting. Oh, this is quite exciting. Now, this is what I call a true adventure. No matter the era, there's nothing better than a quest for the unknown. Okay, now let's start doing the map shit. Oh? Did you notice something? Looks like something's written on the other side. I see. I knew I must have missed something. How did you not check the other side? I should certainly hold the edge when I want to look on the other side. Oh, yeah. Okay. Eureka! Inspiration strikes. I figured it out. It's a bit hard to see what you mean when looking at the back of the map. Could you point it at the front? Ah, you made a fair point. I mean, if that's inspiration struck than I first assumed, I must have to think about this a bit more. There we go. There we go. So if these two, it was like this, right? It's a triangle. What was the Turnabout Sisters be like, oh my god. Ah! God, I want another Ace Attorney game. Not so bad. There is... Give me the fucking... There we go. Okay, so we want left. We want these two this way. This one and this one. Okay, so we want this one, this here to here. Intuition strikes. I figured it out. Did you? Where's the treasure? Right here. I doubt it's right here. Behold. Oh, right there. Oh, right. Okay. Dang it. How are we gonna do this? It's you two, because it's the 95th story in the Tales of Issei. So it's you to you. So... This is what we're gonna do, because I want to keep on going. I hate when I have to look at something and then look at something else. So I'm just gonna take a picture of this. Look at like this. And then I'm going to cross-reference that with this. So if I flip it... Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, okay, I see. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Make sure before I go anyway. Like right about here. So it's the 95th. The screen separating them to the Milky Way that separates the two legendary lovers. Okay. So it's these two guys, right? These two, right? which is the same thing as what we discovered right there. This is Deneb, this is Vega Orihime, and this is Hikoboshi, right? Based off the summer triangle picture that I took, right? So Hikoboshi Orihime are mentioned in the 95th, right? So it says follow the thing, search the 95th. So it would have to be in this area. Wait. Oh, that's Hayashima right there. Hold on. Had to be on this line though, is it not? Am I fucking... You put it up, you look at the map, you see the map, these are these two right here. I mean, Kamashima's right there. Well, it can't be Kamashima, right? Because Kamashima is not the... Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, this is kind of hard to do because it's flipped. Am I sure that that's not Deneb up there and not Vega? Hold on. Let's say this is Deneb. Right, hold on. Flipping. If I flip the picture of the summer triangle and say this is Deneb over here, that makes this Vega, and that makes this Hikoboshi. Well, this is always going to be Hikoboshi, right? So it's a connection between these two. So it's the 95th. Wouldn't it be? There's no makes no sense though, because if it's this way, then wouldn't it have to? There's no destiny. Hold on. So it's the 95th. Specifically, what exactly do you say? Separated by a screen. So bringing them to the Milky Way that separated two legendary lovers. Yes. Hold on. Let me flip this around again. What separates the two? Okay, let's look at the spots first. Okay. Okay, this spots look awfully familiar, yeah, because they're the fucking stars we went over before, right? Hold on. This is something separating the two, right? The Milky Way separates Vega and there, so this looks like the picture right here. If you look at it from this side, this is Deneb, this is Vega, this is Hikoboshi. Because it lines up exactly with the pictures that we had before, which makes the Milky Way be this area right here in the middle. This is the screen that separates the two of them. These are the spots. So if I flip this bad boy over, this is that Milky Way right here. So it'd be like right there. You fucking serious? Remember, it's the opposite direction. So it's definitely these two. Wait, if it's flipped and it's definitely these two, then it is definitely something here. I'm very surprised it's not either one of these two islands, because they're both in the same. If these two are supposed to be Ohime and Hikoboshi, then these are the things of the 95th story. So I'm surprised it's not like this or this. It's not this. It's not this. That makes no sense. These are the two dots that are the most important dots. It has to be between these two dots. If you're searching the 95th, you're searching the stuff between these two things, so it had to be something across these things. The only two islands, and they're not gonna make me just pick something that's in the middle of the area. Right? Oh my god. You know what? Let's put the map down. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it, tell me. Okay. Yeah. Yes, okay, got that part. Okay, got that part. Okay. Okay, yes, okay, yes, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Wow, thank you! 3 hints into stuff I already know. Oh boy. What? What do you mean I only had to find... Okay. We may only have to find Hikoboshi. What? Hikoboshi and Orihime. There are two fucking options. Why is it Hikoboshi? Oh my fucking god. Bullshit. That's dumb. That's dumb. Your fucking clue, the 95th thing, it's two names, was attached to 2 stars, and now you're telling me I only had to focus on 1 star? Oh my god. Alright. No, let's get this over with then. That was a bad riddle. So it's the 95th, right? And the 95th mentions 2 names. Specifically, it mentions 2 fucking names. Hikoboshi and Orihime. 2 fucking names. Oh, yeah, the title's called Hikoboshi? Yeah, great. That's great. The title of the 95th is, yeah, I understand. Yeah, the title of the 95th is on Hikoboshi, but also it doesn't help the fact that the other star is also mentioned in the fucking title. I mean, sorry, in the fucking description. And usually when you have map fucking puzzles, it usually has something to do with finding the little thing in between the 2 points. Oh my god. That's... Like, I get that, I get why they have that, but I just like it because it specifically also points out the star that is the other star that is mentioned right over here, which makes you think there must be something in between these two, which includes these 2 islands. Oh my god. Oh, of course, the crash out. Oh boy. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's just... Like, I get it. I really do get it. It's like, oh, it's just the title. It's like, okay, but they never specify that the title is the thing you look at. So you look at the description, and the description also includes the spots. Includes 2 spots. It's also funny that you can hold the map up like behind you, and it shows the map, back of the map through the front. Oh, yeah, damn, I could have done that too, huh? But still, I don't know. I do not care for that puzzle, because I realized like ages ago that this was Hikoboshi. I was having contention about which ones these 2 were based off of the orientation of where they were, and I was confused about that. But I realized ages ago that this was Hikoboshi. Like, my god, unless the reason that they're trying to say this is because of the fact that they're like, oh, you can't tell which one of these is Vega and which one of these is Deneb, so because of that, you can't only determine which one of these is Hikoboshi, because if you look at the shape of the triangle, you can definitely tell which one is the pointy side, which is Hikoboshi, and you have to use that as your main hint, which I can understand that being the reason why they're like, Hikoboshi is the only type of hint that really fucking matters and not Orihime. But it just, I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way that they introduce something, they're like, oh, they're talking about 2 names that has the 2 stars. Oh, by the way, one of those names doesn't count, and such one of those stars does not matter. Alright. Hey, I got an achievement for that. Wonderful. Great. Thankfully. Yay. Cool. Let's go back to the map. Let's go back to talking about it. Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for unknown objects somewhere on the large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task. You're right, that does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map? No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst. Hey, no, sharing is caring! I understand, but we have no other options. It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. Also, this frustrates me because, like, immediately when it said, look, shirt's the 95th, I got, like, of the hints that she provided, which are, like, 5 hints, I think, I got 4 of the hints down and was stuck on the most basic of things, based off of overanalyzing a puzzle, which is the fucking worst. Like, goddamn. We should contact him as soon as we can. Okay. However, the next day... Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an armor diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Oh, is this one of the 2 that went missing? Which is why we're heading out there ourselves to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do after all. So we asked an armor diver to investigate the seafloor in the area. I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire an armor than a regular diver. Even in this age, you can still get some armors to do contracted dives, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with. However, the several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma is worried. We'll stop by checking out the location. We can request a police search after if need be. Seriously, do you have a bad feeling about this? I do, ever since we first heard about this. I see. There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened here. The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go? I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine. But if you say so, worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife. Understood. Leave it to me. Overanalyzing always sucks in VNs. Oh, it fucking does. If you ever watched me play Famicom Detective Club, oh boy, that is overanalyzing central. Oh my god. Near the end, I got better at it, I think, a little bit, especially with the 3rd game. I did not like that game. But, there's a lot of overanalyzing. And underanalyzing too, but a lot of overanalyzing. Something there. That must be the armor diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling. You're right. There's something terrible here. Is it really that bad? It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside. Inside the bucket? Does that mean the armor diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out? Yes, unfortunately. The goals most analyzed was in Great Ace Attorney 2-3. What was that, the science experiment? As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain conscious. Yeah, science fair. Okay. Oh boy, that game was fun as fuck. A little predictable in small areas, but still fun as fuck. Can you dispel curses, seriously? Depends on the curse itself. I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber. As a relief, is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though? Yes, it's fine. For me, at least. Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you. Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source. Can we take it? Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you. No problem. I think it was one of the last contradictions. I had zero clue and eventually just took a blind guess and got the answer. Yeah, that happens to me a little bit with Ace Attorney sometimes where I'm just like, this doesn't make any... Oh. Yeah, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Interesting box. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly? It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Hey, this symbol on the top of the map. Oh, this is that strange symbol we saw on the map. I like his like point fucking pose. He's like, with it. Like I do declare. It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box. That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. There's something strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open. I believe this box has been sealed with a powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will open by any normal means. Oh, I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. Must be some kind of mechanism inside. I suppose you'll want to align the box with spiritual energy of this place. In English, please? Oh my god, they said the line. It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right directions in the right order. I see, so I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. Every part. Okay, I see where this is going. Okay. There's one of the two English guys saying, English, please! Okay. Now, how to open this metal box. I'm supposed to get the box rotated so I can get a good look at all four sides. Oh. It's the Rise of the Skywalker treatment. You gotta line up the box things with the environment. Okay, I see. Oh, that's wild. Oh, that's fucking wild. Okay. Okay. That's probably this. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track. Nice, keep at it. Okay. Oh, go. Da 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 da. Da, da, da. Nope. 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 Da. It's definitely this, I think. Or the distance doesn't match up, I think, properly for anything. But maybe this. There's nothing here, but oh, hold on. Maybe dumb. Oh, you know what? Here, let's just do this. It's not gonna make us do the same thing twice. Oh, okay, that works. All right, I'm on fire. That's 2. Okay. Okay, that's over here. That's like right here. All right, here it is. I found it. Good job. There's one left. That's a little shit. Okay. There you go. I do love the OST in this series because the track here has a distinct thing where if you wear headphones, percussion in this song sounds like a fast heartbeat. Oh shit. I never noticed that. Yes, it's open. Congratulations. What's inside? Let's see. Huh? What's this? A cursed stone? Okay. Some kind of small wooden carving. Oh? Of course, the forsaken fish. Okay. Whoa, something came out. Yikes, what is this? Make it stop. Cause it become fish. You acquire the curse of forsaken fish. Fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Issei Bay. Interesting. That means we have what? 2 curses? Out of 3, I'm guessing, because there's one down here. Of Hayase, okay. I remember that being one of the names from the 3 mermaids. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. Okay. That's not important. Seems like that's important to know. Ah, my eyes! Okay, we're good. Whew. What the hell was that? I'm not certain. I believe we may have just acquired a curse tool known as a curse stone. However, they are really possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky! If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first? Of course. Am I cursed? Am I gonna die? You know, that's a valid question. I wouldn't say you are cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year. Hold on for a moment. I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. Oh, you'll get used to it. Oh, I'll get used to it, I guess. I need a moment to settle before I can take it in anything else. You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon when the events leading up to the curse forming are passed onto the curse bearer so that its grudge will spread. Oh, when the curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse. Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Yay! Now we're really paranormasighting-ing. Yeah. I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all that first. Really? Tell me. Yeah, give me a minute. Oh, I thought that they gave us that information, I just missed it, but no, they're telling us right now. Okay, we're just skipping over that. Alright, that's fine. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Captain Yukichi Nishikawa and one passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Tosuke Minakuchi, another crew member, aka his wife, aka Mare, missing. Okay. Passenger recovered with slight injuries. That's Yuza. That's accounted for the family right there. Yuji Nishikawa, Kyokichi Kimoi, and all 5 crime members died, and that's Kimoi, that's Azami's dad, and all his crew members died. But they also specifically mentioned an unidentified person that was on the 3rd boat. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you things as well. That's great. Love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. Okay. Yeah, she took that in stride. She's like, oh, I guess you got a curse now. Neat. Will you believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses? Can we just not bring it up? You think you can explain it all without bringing them up? Well, we'll see how far we get. The diver I hired to perform the search was a armored diver living in the Toba city by the name of Tamika Suma. Thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my requests. I feel terrible what happened. I feel terrible what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there's blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that, let's start with this metal box the armored diver found. Please do. So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see, so your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is why? Why go through all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. Suppose a carving like that would have some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this? I believe that was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Da-da-dun! A curse? Da-dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and here we are the recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost. I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse. That's right, the curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I am about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3. I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see, so the Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory. You absorbed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed. I'm too. This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a curse stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right, I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. Are you gonna say it for us, or we're gonna have to find out from another thing? You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I'm prepared, but it will take some time to explain. It appears Miss Zuma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. Okay. Oh, I had to go back to that later on. That reminds me, I meant to ask you about the metal box. If it's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now? It was most likely sealed inside of rock or something until a few months ago. So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed? No, I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something. Like one of those earthquakes? Those quakes that they've been talking about? It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please, do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating the mermaid flesh would grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. Okay, so he knew about them and it was like, I'll keep you guys secret? It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a secret of divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. Alright, good on you, dude. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting this sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaid secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see, by keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. Okay. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle Yoshitaka learned about the mermaids on Taishima. Oh, I see where this is going. He passed this information onto Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top of an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. There's always some fucking layman who's like, hey dude, hey boss, let me tell you about this cool shit. Yeah, thank me for that, ha ha ha. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought up before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. That's horrible. The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the cursed stone. Okay. But to be honest, that is only half. Okay. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the ones who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story about how the Curse of the Forsaken Fish became a cursed stone. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as a revenge for keeping the secret. Fuck you too, I guess. This guy was the worst. Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its sign. What irony that he came so close to the secret that he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other 2 mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there are 2 other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, there we go, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was another islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must have been a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know that she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima. So, that means of the people who survived, there were 2 mermaids, Princess Hayase, and the dude who ended up being the Somekawa / most likely Mari Minakuchi's descendant. Ancestor. Sorry, wrong one. So we do. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassals' invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved debts, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the Curse of the Raging Waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it? No, they Atlanticided it. The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it? There's so much exposition going on. Damn! Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the Curse of the Raging Waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. Did they sacrifice Princess Hayase as a sacrifice? The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Yep, Princess Hatsune offered herself to be that sacrifice. Okay. Alrighty. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima? That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. And that would make sense. Her sacrificing herself and the well story kind of go a little bit together. Because, you know, both of them are related to the mirror. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the Forsaken Fish, created by Hayase, also continued to linger in the same place. So the onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. The same onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information. He was to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event that the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions of how to completely dispel the Curse of the Raging Waves. Wait, so you guys have that knowledge? The knowledge we've been looking for? The whole entire town of whatever the main town, the main island's been looking for? You guys have it? Indeed, I'm compiling it all in my files. Oh! Did you now? The files that are still the same no matter what storyline we are? Those files? Oh, how did you do it though? First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths within the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice of the sanctuary. Third, let those who share the blood of the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Okay, so Mari Menekuche is the same blood of the lost souls of Taishima. Most likely. Offer the still-tied mirror. We did not offer the mirror. I don't know why. Must unbind my seal, risen from the depths. So you have to... So they unbinded the seal a little bit. She had the mirror. And the blood of the lost souls. So something happened in the middle of the Southern Sea disaster that made her go like, oh, fuck, we fucked up. Huh. So that's what happened. And that wraps it up. I got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash. Hell, the exposition beam, Batman. And yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that? Utterly astounding. Wow, incredible. Okay. Thank you for all this information. Okay. And fuck you, Sadamune. Curse of the Forsaken exposition? Really, it is. It's so much exposition in this game. The deepest part of the sea was a shrine with a door with a powerful seal over it they couldn't open no matter how hard you tried. Two mermaids and two islanders. Okay. So she has the mirror. No, she went. I thought the whole thing was that Tsuyu was saying that Mario was looking for the mirror. Hold up. Chuchi Mikado Harukage. Hmm. Hmm. Jeez. Okay, after Miss Soma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she's died? It is likely. If you consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box, it's likely already too late for her. How horrible. Since she's likely returned to a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to get over it at your own pace. Oh, thank you. Okay. Wait a second. Is something wrong? Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels up slowly, right? I believe so. Though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it. If it's true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in the area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of the transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human from just the chest or shoulders up. If the curse stays at the feet and if the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared. The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. Gah! It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy. Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there is no way to know for certain. Or perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality? Of course, that doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic, but it means there's a possibility. A number of the fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse. Actually, I just remembered there are 2 points from your tale that I wanted to discuss. About the events 400 years ago? My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her? Oh, that's true. I was thinking that too. It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why. As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to the entrance to Yugu? Yes. Yugu is sometimes also referred to as the eternal world or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve as the ruler of Yugu, the god of the sea. I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Yugu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but were merely traveling there from Yugu. Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of the Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Yugu could maintain such power. That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Wait, so we're dealing with an actual sea god? A curse from an actual fucking sea god, not a curse from like some historical figure or whatever that's just like, I'm a little mad? That's kind of scary. Of course, one would require to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the 2 mermaids that fled Taishima? I doubt Soba and Nakame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes. If that is true, then they have been successfully hiding for over 400 years. So in other words, there's 2 more mermaids. If my theory is correct and Miss, oh, I'm just a housewife is 1, that still leaves 1 mermaid. And if Hatsune... Is Hatsune maybe just one of the mermaids that he adopted from the island? That Tsumataka guy? And then... which would make it so Sato is also Osato, which is also Yaobukuni, which is also Princess Hatsune, which is also one of the mermaids that is the survivors. That makes no sense. I'm also trying to figure out how the fuck she's immortal. Because if they sacrificed her, how the fuck is she immortal? Unless she was immortal before they sacrificed her. Which seems like a cheap shot. Like, if you're trying to sacrifice someone, you would imagine you want to sacrifice someone that's not immortal, because it seems like the gods would be like, oh, that's cheating. Well, she'll just come back to life, you know. Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place. That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be these same too. Ah, all this discussion of hiding made me realize something. What is it? Do you recall the story Mitsu Ikoma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human? Ah! Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu? It's a possibility we should consider. Well, that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released? Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It's possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become a human out of her own desire. utterly adores her husband. She became human for a man. Literally some Little Mermaid shit. Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with, like in The Little Mermaid? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too. I'll have to write this down. You can make a solid novel. Oh, I just realized something. What is it? She said that already like 3 times, I feel like, in this conversation. I realized something. You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes? That's correct. I feel it's only right that they were informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to deal with the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Wait, hold on for a second. Who the fuck saved Yuza then? If Sumako is not a mermaid, but a descendant, there's a human descendant of the humans that were guardian of mermaids, who the fuck saved Yuza all those years ago? Thanks, that'd be great. That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Don't tell anyone? Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that seal over the entrance of Ryugu has been lifted, is that correct? Yes, it's most likely been gone for several months now. Huh? Really? A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that the curse is the curse of the raging waves and has surged up from Ryugu once more, and now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has been faded. I was wondering about that. Like, we opened that box really easily. That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is now open. Well, the situation is quite unstable now, with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance. At any rate, what did you want us to do? There's an island called Kamishima that was located quite close to where Taishima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? Okay. Alrighty. Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikuma everything, but I know there is some information you kept from him. Oh, did I? Yes, something from the Mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality. That's right, I see no reason to inform him about it. Smart man! After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh for immortality. Are you sure? I thought his goal, even if he had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves. Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima and find the still-time mirror in his stead. Who has the mirror right now? Suyu has the mirror right now. And she was going to show it to Yuzu and Azami, and then she got dropped. Okay. You did mention lifting the curse requiring the mirror as well as the help of the Taishima descendant, right? There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about. I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now. Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating. However, we must consider the possibility that Ikuma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima. You mean the treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality? Yes, it's a treasure known as the Tamatabako. Aye! It's the thing they mentioned before! The thing I first heard about in One Piece, but they mentioned it before in, Tail of Ushimataro. The box. Yeah. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. So, provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a Tamatabako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom. If we can meet with a Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the Tamatabako. I concur. If we can get our hands on the Tamatabako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikuma. However, it's likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant. At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir. Ow, what was that all about anyway? You sure you are not going to need the iron box? I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan. Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tamatabako. Okay. Alright, I'm going to head out now and enjoy the rest of your stream. Ironically enough, this is where I'm stopping as well. Now that we have everything that I wanted to at least get to this part and then get to right before arriving on Kamishima, and I was going to stop anyhow. Especially because these parts were so fucking wordy. These two weren't that bad, but this was so fucking wordy. That took up a lot of time. So next time we play, I'm not sure if we're gonna beat this game next time we play. I thought I was, but I feel like I have more than 4 hours left. It may be a long ass stream, honestly. I may do a 5-hour stream for next time we play. To beat all this, but I think we are getting nearer to the end. I'm not sure. There's cover art. There's a character on the cover art for this game. I'm pretty sure. That I think we have not been introduced to yet. And we already got introduced to this guy too, this new guy. Oh no, we got introduced to everyone on the cover. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought there was somebody else new. Alright. No, we're good there. Alrighty. So it was this guy. It's the Arnav, but I thought he looked like somebody else in the cover art. So we have all of our characters. We have already started the story for them. We discovered more about the mermaids. I am 100% thinking that these two, well, she's gotta be a mermaid. There's too many flags that are pointing towards that. Or used to be a mermaid. So what we would do, since we finish up here next time, if I remember, maybe I'll watch the VOD a little bit before I start the stream next time. We're gonna actually... No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna keep on doing down this route. We do what we usually do. We're gonna continue down this route and get this stuff done, and then we head back to here. And I bet you by the time we get all the information we need, and also see that Somakawa basically get killed, because I mean that's probably what's gonna happen. Then we will probably jump back to these 2B guys. I don't think Yuza is dead, by the way. I think he has mermaid flesh in him. Yeah. Because last game they didn't kill off the protagonist completely. They kind of like retroactively fixed that way at the end, and I feel like they're gonna do that with this as well. Anyhow. I am gonna find someone to raid. Let me save also. A different save file. Yeah. Oh, that's so loud. Oh god, that's so loud. Okay. Alrighty. Yep, that's it for today. This has been fun. I thought we'd get more done, but I think the wordiness kind of fucked us over. That's my one big problem with this game, is that it's too fucking wordy. Especially about things that, like, they could have constrained some things, and I think they went a little too hard a little bit. Alrighty. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know who I'm reading. Is that Jazzy? And is that Jazzy playing Final Fantasy XIV? Oh my god. Anyway. Alrighty. I'll see you all not tomorrow. Wednesday for most likely Baldur's Gate 3. And then Thursday, we're starting God of War, the original God of War trilogy. Well, not just the trilogy, also some of the other games too, because I have a huge collection of it. On PS3, which is going to be a thing. Having to use the PS3 again with OBS, which is a hassle. Ha 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 ha, cries. Nothing for Friday. Saturday, we will have, what am I thinking of? Steam Next Fest games. And then Sunday, we'll finish it all off with some more Lego Batman. That is our plan for this week. Thank you for watching the VOD, thank you for watching the stream, and I'll see you around, and bye!